It's not what I wanted to do. We actually get to rename it this time. Honestly. Hold on. All right. Cards, customers, and payfax. Um, I forget. What do we call? Okay. What is the category of things like charge B that use NMI and fluid pay, such as charge B? What is the name for the category of services offered by businesses that use NMI and fluid pay, such as charge? There we go. Payment gateway. Okay. Payment gateway. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's we're not go whoop whoop. All right, we're not really going to stay 5 minutes, but we get to tick the number this time. That's good. We get to tick the number. So, what this means is, I don't know what this means. It just means that we get to tick the number, and that's nice. It's nice to be able to have the number go up for once. Oh, let's get back on here. Because we've been sitting at 5 for 3 of these now, and that was kind of goofy. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and tweet this one. Let me get my tweeter up. Whoop. Tweeter. And I'll go ahead and continue the music. All right. Customer, I guess it should be, yeah, cards, customers, and payment gateways. Code Hangout, yada blah. A bunch of these things. Yep. That's all looking good. Cooly. And I'm going to go post that over here in the Descuarto. It's live streams. Doobly doop. Finally making progress. There we go. Finally in the thick of it with the payments API and live streams. There we go. That's what we're doing. Nailed it. Okay, where's my drink? Hold on just a second. You know what? I have to go grab my drink. I'll be right back. I will be right back after these messages. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Okay, where are we at? We're just gonna hit go, right? Right. Why did I get logged out of chat? Is it gonna log me back in? Or is it gonna make me select pictures of stairs? Okay, log me back in. Great. I hate doing pictures of stairs and bridges and bicycles and motorcycles and traffic lights and cars. Okay. Un momento, por favor. Okay, I gotta click that button again, I guess. Yeah, oh, this is the epic music that should have been playing during the intro. Okay. So here's the good news. Now we're into the fun part, or at least the much more fun part, which is that we get to take a look at what our data is going to look like. So a card is the card is identified best by its fingerprint, and we definitely need. Actually, I don't know that time makes any sense on this one, because it's immutable. Whatever these values are, they've existed before the creation of the world and will exist long after it. I mean, this doesn't actually carry useful information, cards itself. What carries information is cards customers. And for that, we need to throw in some timestamp fields. I always forget if it's datetime or timestamp. I think it's timestamp, but it might be datetime. I'm not sure. I got to go look at this one and see what I did here. Okay, timestamp without time zone. Yeah, okay. Let me, this is one of those things kind of embarrassing, but it is what it is. Tell me the difference between timestamp and date time fields in Postgres. Which is best suited for created at, updated at, deleted at? Okay, timestamp TZ, I really don't care about that. If I wanted that, I would probably just put some information. No, I said date time. Oh, what about date time? Wait, hold on. No. Is this true? Hold on. Postgres, timestamp versus date time. Date and time types. Timestamp, date, time, zone. Okay. Oh, interval. It's got interval. Okay, it's MySQL where I have this problem. Not Postgres. Okay, got it. I think that there was the case what I was reading for MySQL, there was a specific difference between the two, and it made sense. And I don't think that we're ever going to delete those values. These values right here, I don't think we're ever going to delete them. Now this one, We kind of need like we'll get to this later, sometime later. But we need, I guess it wouldn't be deleted, it'd be revoked. Yeah, it's the same thing here. This is what we need. So let's go over here, and we're just going to paste this in towards the bottom. And then, you know, let's do this right. I don't know why it wasn't done right in the first place. Isn't there... Okay, let's try this. Is there a Vim shortcut to uppercase a selection? Okay, V. Oh, really? Could have done that years ago. Oh, look at that. Toggle case. That's cool. You gotta admit, that's good. Okay. What's the best node or Go tool for formatting SQL like prettier? Okay, SQL thumped. Let's go check them out real quick. Whoops. Nope, I don't want anything that requires Python. No, thank you. So, what is DBT SQL? All right, what is this built in? I think I remember seeing this one. This one several years ago. That's probably a good sign. SQL thumped. Yeah, there we go. Where's the source? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is Go. Let's give that a star because it's certainly worth considering in the future regardless. Not too old, but not too new, it looks like. Good, good. I like to see that. 5 years between changes, but that's good. That's good. And this time it's got assets. Excellent. Okay, I don't think we've got SQL thumped on Webby, but let me check. Because, you know, sometimes I put stuff on there and I forget about it. Okay, no, we don't have it. I'm not going to do that today. We're not going to get sidetracked with that. I'll put it in the list for things to do. Whoop. All right. Did we have any SQL thumped over here? SIG formatter. Okay. All right. So not this one. I don't know. I have to go look at them later, but let's just figure out how to get it in my Vim. And let's make sure that we have an issue for it on Webby. Looks like it was abandoned and given up. Jack C. What is Jack C? Let's check and see if this one's real. Alright. So lots of people want to name their project Sequel Thumped. Can't blame them for that. Alright. Alright, let's make sure that it actually works before I add that. So we're going to go into Vim RC here. Whoop, not the right Vim RC. Okay, same Vim RC. That says write pre. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's not quite what we wanted. Dang it! Good news is right before I quit last time, I made a backup. It wasn't ready to commit, but I did foresee the possibility of the world coming to an end and needing to start over from scratch. And so I do in fact have the cure. Oh no. So that went terribly. We're gonna have to change our VimRC here a little bit. Okay. There we go. What did it give me before? Looks like the same thing it did before. All right. I actually don't care about any of that right now. Okay. Where'd that go? Here it is. Set paste. And voila. Okay, shall return 1. That's okay. So my best guess would be that there's something that's not quite aligned right, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Let's try running it on the file directly. We'll get rid of the Vim config for it for a moment. Okay, good. So let's just run SQL fumped on the file. The old-fashioned way. Okay, so we've got a problem. Let's see if we can do this. Where are my Vim nerds at? See, I'm a reluctant Vim user. I use it because it's absolutely the best tool available without question. Far surpassing things that noobs use like NeoVim. However, I have no idea how to use it. All right, so the syntax error, let's see. Dang it. That's no bueno. So I guess the solution is don't have syntax errors, huh? Oh, I don't like that at all. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this one. I'm having a hard time with that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Yeah, I'm going to try... Let's see, has anybody figured out how to get this to work with Vim? Okay, so let's see what the exit codes are. No! Ah! Alright, I'm not going to waste too much more time on this, I promise. I think, maybe. It's only 2024. Can we not have perfect tooling already? Okay. Okay, let's see if we get anything else. SQL thumped Vim. Eh. Let's see. I wonder which SQL thump this is for. All right, let's try this one. We're going to do ourselves a little git clone of this. Wait, why did that just restart? Eh. Okay, SQL clone into .vim pack plugins start. Vim SQL thumped. All right. All right, so now what happens if we go in here? Oh, I didn't actually put that in my Madoodle yet, did I? Oh, wait, no. No, I want that to be a 1. Good day. I'll just be careful. I won't make mistakes. Duh. It's so easy. Even a child can do it. Okay, I don't like that formatter. I'm going to try one more and then I'm going to give up and we're just going to live our lives without formatting. All right, we're gonna try. Where's Maine? Why does it keep on giving me those? Oh no! All right, I'm a little confused. When did I... Did... Okay, so now can I get Cologne, please? All right, so let's try this sequel thumped to... What? Oh, right, that makes sense. Let me do this the more proper way. Whoops. All right, let's try it one more time. Okay, sequel from syntax error near unexpected token new line. All right, I'm probably just going to have to give up on the idea of formatting the sequel. Why does the Postgres has a built-in format matter? That's what we need. On line 3. I don't know what's going on here. Error line 2, unexpected new line. Let's see what we can do about this. I don't know. I just don't want this crap in Python. Do we not have one in a sane language? Dang, he's got me beat. That's rare. All right, cool. So this one's 9 years old. This one is 7 years old. Ah, bless me. All right, let's try this one. This is the one I was just looking at. Okay. A character. Oh, goodness. 3,000. Okay. How do I advance in Vim 3,000 characters regardless of line? Okay, so let's try this then. That did not work. Ah. Advance to next multi-line characters in Vim. There we go. Okay. So, in Geo. All right, got it. All right. Let's try this. 3,603. 3,603 Geo. Ah. Yeah, this is not helping me. One last thing. Postgres formatter. What's the best Postgres formatter? Okay, why didn't I like PG formatter? Because it's written in Perl? That's not, this is not compiled. This is written in Perl. Or no, it's written in T? What the heck is this written in? It's Perl, okay. Vim extension, here we go. No! No! Okay, I've got... I'm wondering if that other one just didn't work. because maybe it's outputting the standard out for error messages, and it should output the standard error or something like that. Okay. All right, what can we get here? Oh, that one worked. I don't know what it did, but it worked. All right, let's create a syntax error on purpose. Cool. It didn't break. All right, we're in business. Okay, I have a thought that I'd like to explore. Let me go ahead and make a problem here. Okay. Okay. Let's see. There we go. I think the reason for error goes out to the SQL file instead of the error log. I think this is the reason for 68. Let's do foobar. Okay, so this would be here. What's up, everybody? Okay. Contenders. Since gotta have node anyway. Oh, this is one of those things that one day I'd like to take on. We need a SQL formatter. I don't think that it's as difficult as it appears. Famous last words. Okay. See, Perl people can't even be bothered to put in install instructions. Have you ever seen a Perl script with install instructions? Okay, maybe it does have install instructions. Ah, can't be bothered. Okay. So, how is dialect different from language? Standard sequel. There's no such thing. Why do people even pretend? I don't get it. Okay, what is this? Keyword case? Oh no. Gotta have a config for it. That's disfortunate. Alright. Alright, data type case. Absolutely. Well, let's do it. Hmm. Interesting. Just let me pay you money, man. I don't want to donate. Just let me pay you money. I'll take. I'll pay for a commercial license. Of course, I'd prefer to be in Go or Zig, and not GPL. Ugh. Sweet. Nice. I like the idea of this. Okay, cool. So it looks like we've got our SQL formatter. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can close some of this stuff out now. Does this have anything standalone? Okay. I like the idea of a concrete syntax tree a lot. Well, let's try this one. Let's I just want to install it and see. Sorry, you know, we're an hour in and I'm still Well, what do you do? Okay, so the question would be, how do you get prettier plugins to work? I mean, I guess I could just write a CLI around it. Mm. All right. Let me pop a top here. Get a little more Mountain Dew in my system. It's good to finally just get some of this stuff out of the way. It's, you know, it's obnoxious, but this is stuff that's been bugging me for years. I really, really, really wanted to have automatic formatting of SQL, and I've tried different things over the years. Anyway, all right, we're ready to go. I have at the very least documented how this SQL stuff is to be done. And it looks like I've got something working. All right, so the bad news is Oh, lost me. I lost a little bit of something that I had otherwise had working. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. All right, so we're going to take, whoops. We've got the created at, updated at, revoked at, and we need to put that into where? Sweet. Oh, that's not quite right. There we go. I need to figure out how long those fingerprints actually are. Maybe use a more space efficient storage mechanism for them. Although, you know, hex is nice. Okay. Oh. And we get to fix that. Excellent. We can't really revoke a card. And saying when a card is created is not really that useful, but maybe kind of sort of in a way. So we'll throw that on there. We can revoke a customer, we can revoke a customer's card, and we can unrevoke a customer's card. We should probably have a revocation log. This I do see being polymorphic. Wait, why did I say customers? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Did I get that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Varchar 12. Let's just make it 16 for funsies. Okay. So we can also have a label on a card. Um, all right, this one right here, I think, is the fingerprint. So look at that. 32, okay. So it's 16 bytes. Have a hex string that is used as an ID, which is 16 bytes wide. How can I use... how can I insert and select it with Postgres such that the application just sees the 32 hex character string? All right, encode, decode. All right. How do I define it in a table? Byte array, okay. How do I limit the byte A size to 16 bytes? I'm guessing I just wrap it. Is more efficient than char 32 in this case. Okay. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Okay, so in... How do I do fix what's... How do I choose character varying? Yeah, that's right. I did. I spoke to you, J-Huck Temp. Or as I like to call you, Jukta. It sounds like I'm having a sneezer. I'm glad I made your day, my friend. Oh, interesting. Okay, customer ID is going to be a UID. Okay, card fingerprint is 32. Varchar. I don't think... Do we have a description of the customer? What would a description of a customer mean? Maybe a note? You know, I don't think we actually want this uniqueness constraint here. What was that fingerprint edit? Yeah, we can actually... Multiple customers can use the same credit card. I would know. Don't say you've never shared a credit card with a friend before. Come on now. You know you've done it. Everybody does it. Okay, I don't like that. What's the width on where we at for SQL formatter? Where's max width at? Don't do it. Don't do it. -H is not for help. Don't do it. Alright, config, language dialect, tab width, use tabs. Did firecase. Expression width. There we go. There we go. Much better. Break that Mojanker down. Okay, so we got cards, we got customers, we got cards customers. Let's just double check on this for a bit. And then we're going to have another abstraction that's going to be something like, I don't know, account. I think a customer could be either an individual or an account. All right. Okay, so what we also need then, so you have fingerprint, we got card fingerprint, we got customer ID. Actually, I'm going to put card top because card is really the important thing here. We'll also have something like, say, customers' emails. And that's going to have a customer ID. And then, oh, what do we call these? What's the latest terminology? Syndicators, customers, kind of, sort of, in a way. Whatever. And I guess this should be credit cards. Should we say CCs? Eh. Don't be shy. I mean, I am an equal opportunity offender. So you don't have to worry, you know, if it seems like, oh man, he said something that really hurt my feelings. I wish I'd never talked to him. Don't worry. Everybody feels that way. You don't got to be shy about it. You can say hello while I'm going through and doing the important work that I have to do. Okay, what is it upset about? This is not helpful. Okay, this symphonic music has a lot of weird stuff in it. I'm switching on to the next one. Okay, 343. Okay. Line 46, column 1. There we go. That's helpful. That's what I needed. Line 46, column 1. So something happened here that shouldn't have happened here. That's what I'm getting. I don't know if that's right. Like, let's say I just get rid of this and we go back to what it was before. Do we still have that problem? No, we don't. All right. So here what we want is SMTP is the authenticator. WebAuthn is the authenticator. TAL is the authenticator. OIDC is the authenticator. All right, and then we want a value. There we go. And I don't know if these all make sense. All right, let me go check back over here. Oh, you know what? We have authenticators. And it's going to be type and value is going to be unique with the authenticators. These we want to have a label for these as well. But the label would not go on the authenticator itself. It would go on the user. Likewise, I think that might just go in the audit log. These might actually belong in different tables. But we'll put them here for now for a shortcut. Okay, so references, customer's ID. Okay, so these themselves are somewhat of an immutable value. Whoops. We also need IP addresses. We need to be able to track state of basically bad attempts of things. We need an audit log that's going to have audit log is just shouldn't reference anything. Audit logs should just be really, really loose. Okay, entity ID. Entity type. Action type. Created at. So what I'm thinking is the audit log is going to be kind of a catch-all of if something important happens, a credit card is added, then, you know, what's the entity ID? Action type. So maybe object ID. Object type. Something like that, maybe. So I'm thinking maybe object label. And essentially all of these can be null. Except for okay. The audit log doesn't need to be optimized. It just needs to show some type of action that has happened. Okay. How do I specify that a column is or isn't case sensitive? Okay. Case insensitive columns Postgres. Ah! Okay, lower. I guess I just need to make use of lower. Okay, that's simple enough, I suppose. All right, so what I actually want to do is I kind of want to start over with the sequel. All right, sequel old, migrations, init up down. So I actually do want to copy these. That was a maniacal sneezer. Okay, so we got credit cards, we got customers. We should probably have like a nickname for a customer, as well as yeah, should be able to clip it. What are you gonna do with it though? I mean, like, shared on TikTok. Look, this guy sneezed. It clipped the mic. I mean, I recognize how amazing my sneezes are, but I just don't know if the world is... Maybe the world's not mature enough yet. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of all these. We need to have addresses. Varchar 10 for a 5-digit postal code. That all makes sense. Come on now. Oh. But it is actually... I think it is 10 because 84601 plus 1,000 is 5 plus 4. We do have a little bit of a problem as far as indexing goes. Want to be able to search on that. Okay, first name, last name. I do prefer given name, family name, organization. Line 1, line 2. Put line 3. Well, between name, organization, line 1, line 2, normally that's enough. Let's see. Do we need it in line 3? Careful. Like, often it's a comment. So we want some sort of label. Like Grandmam's house. The Grandmam. I don't think we're going to be using fax. I do not foresee it. We can add fax to an address. And normally, we do often have a phone number for an address, but I don't know that we often have an email for an address. And I don't know if we need this quite yet, but we might. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave the email on there. How about that? Just leave it on there for the time being. Okay. So we're going to have the audit log, and we're also going to have the... We're going to have a bad actor log. And so this, we're going to have some sort of entity ID, some sort of entity type, action type, and action details. I think it's basically going to be it. So I'm going to put in here IP addresses. Let's go ahead and do... Right, we'll have credit card, email, tel. You know, let's just go ahead and call it email and phone. So basically we want to limit Okay, so now we're going to have everything needs to have a created at. Some things need to have an updated at, but I kind of would rather just mark them as revoked rather than updated. So something can be revoked and you can unrevoke it. If you unrevoke it, it goes into the audit log. If you revoke it, it goes into the... So this is what we should say. Revokes and unrevokes go into audit log. Okay, here in the audit log, well, we can just document that in the database, right? Because we can just do... Let's go... Where's our check at? So one of the action types is going to be revoke, unrevoke. We'll figure out how we edit action or these checks. So I have an audit log and a rate log. And we will have probably customers' addresses. I think we're going to have a customer's addresses. And that's where we're going to do the revoke. So I'll do the revoke here. This will actually be addresses customers. And then I guess in addresses customers, we're going to have a type, which is going to be billing, shipping, mailing, and then here, I don't really need an ID for this. This is just going to be address ID, customer ID, because we don't want them to have duplicates in here. Let's go ahead and we'll move address customers down a notch. I think I want to put the audit into a separate file, but it'll be all right to start with that here. So this is just kind of, you know, having a fresh start. I don't know. I think it's good and bad. The number of times I just do something from scratch. Every time I do something, I learn a little bit more. Almost always. So I actually feel like this time I'm doing a really good job of setting this up based on experiences I've had with different businesses, and you want to be as simple as possible, but not simpler, right? Like, don't ever store the email in the customers table. Whether or not the authenticators table is the right approach, not entirely clear, but I think it is. There is kind of a distinction between, there is some duplication between authenticator and messenger. So email and phone number are messengers. The authenticator, there's lots of things that can be an authenticator, including DNS. Actually, that's something I want to put in there. And then webhook. I don't understand why it keeps on changing things, or why is it repositioning my cursor on a different line? What is that all about? Anyway, yeah, so you think about all the different ways that you can authenticate something. And what that means, like WebAuthn is an authenticator. Credit card can be an authenticator. Anyway, all these things can be authenticators. But where you go look them up and how you understand them can be different. Okay, so the idea with the audit log is to be able to go back and say who did what in a very broad sense. We don't need it to be ultra fine grain here. We just need to know probably also need create or allow. What's a stronger word than allow? Like allow, add, create, something like that. It's really important to be able to, like, who added the document, who added the credit card. Probably access might be one, or, you know. I don't know why this keeps on changing every time that's kind of annoying. Whatever, we'll deal with it. All right, so the address, I think the address, I don't know if it actually belongs here or not. We'll see. If it does belong here, then it belongs above this. Because the audit log and the rate log. Oh, anyway, the rate log is going to be things like, you know, how many times has a credit card been added? How many times has an authentication email been sent? in particular, for certain parts of the application, we want to check and make sure that the actor is being limited in what they're able to do. Yeah. We don't want somebody to be able to just try a billion gazillion credit cards. Grant, oh, that's a good one. Thanks. I like that one more than I like allow. And then something like exec. It's like access, but it's more than access. It's like you use it in some way. Maybe utilize. Utilizality. Alright, so we'll figure out what exactly these need to be as we go. But I kind of think these two deserve to be in their own space. They're not really going to live in this space. So with addresses and customers, I want to do address ID. And that was going to be UUID references addresses.id. And then customer ID references customers.id. I don't know. Yeah. Many customers can use the same address with different labels. Probably. I wonder if we can write... Is it possible to mark a table as append only and not allow deletes? I also think that would... Obviously, somebody could probably get around this. All right, so we'll say let's do it right before the auto log here. Okay, there's a bunch of these things. Okay, could we put the name? Can we put... Oh, interesting. We could do it at the user level. Yeah, I think most of the tables we're going to want to have be that you just can't delete them. Oh, I see your comment. Apply. The apply I don't like as much because that one is like exec, apply, utilize. I think utilize is going to be the winner there. Okay, so revoke permission. Agree. Excellent. Good. Then we are all agreed. Cool. Okay. Okay, cool. So, all right, let's take it from the top. Now, our goal as a business is to make money from customers. I know this is a radical redefinition of the word business. No one in the last 30 years has any idea about this in tech. But this is what I believe. So the very first table that we create should be the credit cards table, because that is the primary way online of transferring. Well, it's not money, but it's close enough. It's a proxy that we can start with. Getting into actual transfers of money is a different thing, but credit cards are not money. They are credit. You need a credit line to purchase on the one end. And what you may not know is you actually need a credit line to receive it on the other end. So it's actually credit in both directions. So as a business, when you receive money from a credit card purchase, you actually receive it from a credit line. Now, the assumption is that the credit line will settle and that money will be transferred. But there, I mean, as a business owner, you have to deal a lot with scams that people run. So, for example, if it's an unauthorized transaction, whose fault is it? Who pays? Who pays? Do you think it's the credit card company that takes that 3% over and over and over again? Do you think that they pay for the unauthorized transactions? No. No. Shemack knows. You've got some experience with this, Shemack? Yeah. So, but right now I don't know that we have a better way to handle this. Well, it's, we can get into debit cards. There's some legal stuff around that I need to, I just need to get this working with credit cards first. Because if you use debit cards, credit card companies do not like it when you incentivize credit cards. And in a lot of their agreements, they make it illegal for you to deduct the fee to give a debit card discount. I think that may have been made illegal for them to, well, I guess they can't make something legal or illegal, but have it in their contract such that they can terminate your processing. But I believe that has been revoked so that now you actually can give people a discount for using a debit card. So there's that. And then we have cryptocurrencies, which have their own set of problems. But with Dash, I think that we could make something that works. And there could be some other system. The problem is you get into, well, all the problems that people have with cryptocurrencies. The best system is essentially a wallet system, which is where you have credits, like imperial credits, like, every single Starship movie or TV show ever, they always have the imperial credit, and, they're always smuggling gold or platinum or whatever it is that makes the Boba Fett armor. They're always smuggling that stuff, and it's like, this has the imperial stamp. Space bucks. Yeah. But yeah, there's always that thing. Anyway, so obviously you can't transfer gold online. Obviously, cryptocurrencies are not the equivalent of gold. I understand that the utility of gold is not tightly correlated to its value. That's literally everything in life. But gold is a finite resource that does have utility. It is useful for electronics. It is useful, I suppose, for apparel. That utility kind of... yeah. But it is something tangible that people desire that can be transformed from one form to another. Cryptocurrency does not have that property. Cryptocurrency only has the property of essentially an IOU system, at best. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's... I don't want to start any fights, but it's different from... Anyway, that's not what I wanted to get into. Point is, credit cards are, for a merchant, they are a raw deal for you. Because that consumer protection does not come out of the 3% of every freaking transaction that's happening millions, hundreds of millions of times a day. It comes out of the pocket of the merchant. But anyway, as much as a credit card is a proxy for money, number one is money. And that leads us to number two, which is our customer. A customer is someone who pays money. Revolutionary thinking. No one in the internet has ever heard of this. But, basically the difference between a customer and a user is a customer is where you derive your value, where the flow of money makes your business possible. A user is a byproduct of
usually investment. So anyway, that's the distinction I'm making there. So we got credit cards, and really the only thing that we can know about a credit card, in truth, is its fingerprint and the last four. And I guess we could know the type. Actually, I think that would be fair to put in here. The type. They have some special name for it. What's the name for it? What's the name for the category of credit cards such as Visa, Amex, MasterCard, Diners Club, Discover, etc.? Network. There we go. Network. Okay. Give me the list of common network names and their common abbreviations, such as would be used in JSON or over API. JCB. Murr. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing much of that. Okay. Put those in a Postgres check in check network and do. There we go. What? I thought I just did not copy it? There we go. So check network in Visa, MasterCard, Amex, Discover, Diners, JCP, blah, 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 blah. All right. So even though I'm not going to use those, okay, wait. New error this token line 4. Okay. Unsurprising, because that's the line we just changed. There we go. And we'll just throw them in there for funsies. Why not, right? This check thing is new. I didn't know about this. GPT taught me about this. But I like it. It gives you the capability of an enum without the insanity of an enum. So yeah, that's what we know. We know a fingerprint, we know a PAN, and we know a network. And the fingerprint is guaranteed to imply the network. And saving the network is not, that's not a problem for us. We can do that. In fact, basically they allow you to save everything except for 3 or 4 digits of the card. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But yeah, I think we could take network first too. We could have something like this. And that would be fine. Because the first okay, what? Okay. What do you call the first few digits of a credit card that are assigned to the network and bank? BIN. Let's see. IIN versus Ben network card. Let's see what this pops up. All right, cool. So we could do something like this, and we'd be all right. Normally you see last four, but I mean, the first two tells you what network it is. So that these two could be synonymous. Whether we say network. Yeah. So, oh. I think American Express has 15 digits, and out of those, let's see. So the first, it's it's whatever the maximum is. The first 8 digits are the IIN, and then there's the last 4 digits. It's only 16 digits long, so there's only it's 15 digits long. Hold on, American Express is 15 digits long, so I think there's only 3 digits that are considered to be private. The rest of it is considered to be public information, which is just mind-blowing, Let me see here. I'm not gonna get this out on the camera, hopefully, but let me see what I've got. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so 8 of those are the issuer number. So now we're down to 7, and then the last 4 is on everything. So there's only 3 digits there for... Oh, man. Why do we have credit card fraud? I don't know. They added the CVC so that there'd be something. Oh. Okay, cool. So anyway, we can have that. So this is going to be not null. I'm going to make that not null for now. The network. We could leave out. We're going to go with not null for now. That's obviously not null. So we have a display name here. And I don't know, do we want to call this username or... I don't really like username. Just label. Or what if, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I do. What if the ID of the customer is just the name they pick? So what if we... Nah, because they might want to choose that. That's why. And then, of course, we need handle type or something like that. I don't know. I'm going to try to avoid the term user because my newfound hatred for it. All right, default payment method ID. Payment method ID. So we don't really need to worry about that right now. Well, no, okay. Default. Actually, you know what? Rather than, okay, I don't actually want to do these defaults. What I would prefer to do instead is have a priority. So the relationship here, and I've done this before.
But we just have a big int. And this is priority. And what's the inverse of priority? Because there's one number that would go, okay, I think, what is it? Priority and weight. So priority is 1 is the highest priority, or 0, depending on how you count. And let's see. How can I define a number to be between, to be 1 or greater in Postgres? It's probably going to tell me to put a trigger in. Cool. I'm loving this check stuff. Okay, but then we have a problem with revoked, because if it's revoked, priority doesn't count. And then we also have this potential issue of we shouldn't allow the two things of the same priority. So I don't know. But we're going to have... Okay, so credit cards customers. Okay, let me money is overrated, just accept Robux. I don't even know what Robux is, but it better not be related to adult entertainment. I already got that one pulled on me earlier. Oh no. It's a game cryptocurrency. It's NFTs. What? Never mind. Wait. I thought you were just going to store the first two characters of the network name. Ah. I don't know when that was from. I didn't see that when it came out. All right. So credit card, fingerprint. Customers, UUID. Expiration date. Label, priority. We could also assign a priority value here. I mean, int is probably good enough, but the thing is, it's about using a sparse number space. So 4 billion isn't that big, especially because it's only 2 billion, because it's not a uint, it's an int. So you can get to 2 billion pretty quickly. So the idea with the priority is that it allows you to create a sparse space where whatever is the lowest number. Ah, okay. There are terms like weight and priority to define that
something first, such as for DNS records or recovery phone number or email. Which is the most intuitive name? What other names are there for this concept? Which is the most intuitive name? Which is the most intuitive sort direction? I.e., one is highest or one is lowest. And which term most closely let's see what GPT says. I don't understand. It updates the memory. Like, I ask a question, like, is asking. Like, well, yes. Okay, rank. Ooh, I like rank. Order. Level. Yeah, these are all good. Okay, priority. I kind of like the idea of rank, but no, priority. I'm going to go with it. Priority, yeah. Okay. All right, so let's go back up here. We're looking at customers. We're taking a priority. Just to make sure there's not a bug in the logic. Let's see. Here's another question is how often is this going to be updated? Because we do have this issue. Whoops. Of this is a little bit silly. But we want to make sure that a customer can't assign the same priority to two things. Now, the customer's not actually going to see the priority. It's probably going to be chosen by a random number. And then every once in a while, you need to rebalance. Like basically, if you get a conflict, then you rebalance. Okay, so credit cards. Credit cards have a priority. I don't know that authenticators have a priority. But we'll go with it anyway. Addresses do seem to have a priority. But this one would be type. Priority is for the type. Okay. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about the data model now. There's two types of developers in this world. Those who build products that get users, and those who work on payment but don't build products. I'm definitely in the first category. But I'm trying my darndest to actually convert products to have customers. Okay. All right, what else was I looking at here? Because I've got Telebit, I've got a dozen services that I wanna launch and market. A lot of really simple things, just simple things that, but I think people will use them though. Okay. All right. Oh, I don't know why I put that there. I don't want that there. Unique goes at the bottom every time in the face. All right. Unique New York. 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 Red leather, yellow leather. 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 Can you do it? I bet you can't. That's creepy. I was trying. I can't. So my mic is right here. Maybe I need to move my mic back out here. Yeah, that's my problem. There we go. Because sometimes, you know, it doesn't work anymore because the mic's too far out. But I just want to whisper into the mic something. Like, I bet you can't. But then, for you to be able to still see my face, and I can't do it. Could potentially move the mic over here, but then I could move the mic over there. All that Mountain Dew has made AJ loopy. It's more than the Mountain Dew, my friend. It's been a long time in the making. Okay. So this is good. I'm going to go ahead and make a copy of this. Okay. All right. Write the corresponding drop table for each of these. Wow, look how fast it did it. See, that's what we need GPT for. You know, to write the find and replace for that, it just would have taken me a little bit. Oh, whoops. That's okay. I'll do this last bit on my own. What? Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay. Now let's see, what do I actually need to do in code? Now, you know, that was me just thinking it over. Now I have to actually justify this. So we're going to create a customer. Customer's going to have an address, I think, right? I'm actually not sure. Do we create the customer with an address? Let's go to the FluidPay docs real quick. It's going to be different for different systems. Oh, this is something I meant to mention earlier. I kind of mentioned in the last stream. So, but you don't save yourself any time by using Stripe or PayPal or whatever. I mean, you see me going through this stuff and you're like, oh man, if you just use Stripe, right? Like, why are you going to go through all this time? You could just use a prepackaged solution, And I kind of was alluding to, yeah, maybe that's right in the last one. But here's the thing, and I kind of said this, but I kind of didn't say. I don't know, whatever. Point is, you have to do this stuff anyway. Like, you have to go through this stuff anyway. There's some things that you don't have to do if you're using Stripe. You don't have to have an audit log or a rate log because they're just going to freeze your account and take your money away. Cancel you. So you don't have to worry about that. They're going to do that for you. Something goes wrong, they just account's frozen. You deal with it. You'll figure it out. So yeah, okay, there's something that we get to skip. But a lot of this other stuff, you know, customer addresses, is like so much of this stuff. It's like, okay, no, maybe we don't have to manage the customer address, but it's like the amount of extra work that it is and the scope of what your product's going to become. If you're doing something with addresses, you're going to end up duplicating the addresses table. If you're doing something with logging in, you're going to end up reproducing the customers table. So unless you're using a fully hosted solution, you know, things like Stripe and PayPal, they're kind of like PHP. They're convenient because they're what other people talk about. But they're not really going to save you that much time. Especially because you have to have a product that gets paying customers. So if you get it up, you know, quickly and nobody's paying, yeah, I don't know. It's just, look at anybody's database who's integrated with Stripe or PayPal, okay? Because it's one of those layers of abstraction where you still have to have the stuff. You still end up having to have your customer's address, you know? You still end up having to have their phone number. So there are probably some businesses but where you don't need their address at all. But in that case, you just have their zip code anyway, you know? So what would be the big difference in just having an address table with this just zip codes? You know, and then you can always add them more later if you need it. So anyway. Okay, so let's take it from the top here. Creating a customer ID, that's all we need for creating a customer. And the customer ID is just something that we reference on our side. Let me go look at their documentation because I don't remember if it's supposed to be random or if it's supposed to be a handle. But let's go ahead and look at customer. Is it customer vault? Create address record. Create customer record. Okay, ID. Optionally, you may provide a custom ID. Max is 40 characters. A to Z, 0 through 9. Okay. So that right there. UUID is going to be fine. Note. This is one of those things where... Actually, I don't even want to put this there. I want to put this... Would it be... Payment gateway and priority. Okay, actually this I want to be a little bit different. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit wonkadoodle. Because we would actually have another one of these that is credit cards, customers, gateways. So we probably want to do this. And then how are we going to do that? So pay gateways is going to be probably something that has an ID. Let's see. So it's 36. So it's only 16 bytes. Right? Because you get rid of these, and then you're down to 32, and it's hexadecimal. So it's 16 bytes. So that's... UUIDs are actually not very big. So yeah, UUID all the things. Because what would our alternative be? Okay, let's see. Compare performance between UUID and int. 120 bits, 16 bytes. Serial is 32 bits, which is okay, 16 bytes. Sorry, I was 120 bits. Okay, never. I was getting my bits and bytes confused. It's the Mountain Dew getting to me. Okay. Okay. Is Postgres... I don't know why people call it Postgre. That's weird. I think Postgre is a different product. Because there was... I think there was Gray, Postgre, and Postgres. Okay. Whoops. Something like that. So it's called Postgres. It's not called Postgre, but there was something. It's called Postgres because of Ingress. Okay, Ingress, Postgres. Okay. So there was Ingress, and then post Ingress. The new project Postgres. Okay. So wait. Proprietary version. So Postgres just has better tooling, and it's just, it seems to be better engineered. I don't know if the performance really makes that much of a difference. I think that much like with programming languages, your capability as a programmer has a lot more, is going to make a bigger difference than the language you choose, unless that language is Go. And that's not just me fanboying, although I will fanboy about Go. It's going to sound like fanboying, but the truth of the matter is Go has the best defaults, and it's meant to be for idiots. And so if you're a really mid dev, you are going to be a better dev with Go. And if you're a really expert dev, you're probably still going to be a better dev with Go. Go is really good. As far as Postgres goes, if you don't learn how to do indexes, and you don't do the basic things, you're not capable of, if you mix types, if you don't have references to, foreign keys, which you don't do that in SQLite anyway, but that's one of the reasons SQLite is so fast, as that a lot of the syntax is just for documentation. It's not enforced. Or I don't know, I don't know if the latest version of SQLite does enforce more of them. Maybe it does. You can turn it on or off. But anyway, Postgres just has really good tooling. It's easier to use. It has better error messages. It has better defaults. And I think that's why it's won the database wars. It's a rare case of something that's good actually being selected. Okay, so pay gateways here. Maybe I could just shorten it to payways. Or processors. Nah, because you need still... I think I might shorten it to payways. And it might be okay to do customer payways directly like this. The reason for that being that the only way that a customer has a relationship with a payment gateway is through a credit card fingerprint. So that has to exist. The job market with Go is weird. It's meant for mediocre dev use, but employers are only looking for senior level. Yeah, that's been brought up so many times, and it's so weird. It's the thing is, if you have the maturity to use Go, it's expected that you're a senior level developer. It's, yeah. All right. I think this might just be pay vaults. So we do plan on supporting multiple payment gateways. So this is, in some ways, it's a Yagni thing, but it's not an abstraction. We actually do want to have multiple processors, and basically what we would do is when you enter in a credit card, any processors that we have at that time will actually save your credit card in each of their vaults and get back the token ID for each of their vaults. So you don't have to have multiple pay gateways to use this. But it's actually pretty important. Oh, and there's a whole bunch of not nulls I need to add into here. Keep on forgetting. I have to go through here. That's one of the things that's so hard to remember. I wish that they would make it not null by default. That's one of the things they need to fix with the SQL spec.
Yeah. All right. Let me go back up to the top. That's why it's important to have a technical recruiter in your team, not a traditional recruiter. Sure. All right, not null, not null, not null, not null. Okay, handle can be null. Display name. Handle can handle be null? No, it can't. Display name. It can't be null because by default we're just going to make it the handle. Or I guess it could be null. I would make it default. Handle. Description, sure, that could be null. Okay, these ones can't be null. And we're going to get the default. All the default stuff we're going to get by virtue of priority. So if you delete a card, the next card in line becomes your default card. Okay. So not null, not null, not null. Label. You know, if nothing else, we'll put the label as... Well, I guess, yeah, we can leave it null. Priority can't be null. And I really think, like, any update should go into the audit log. If something is updated, there should be, let's see, customer updated at. So if they try to change their handle, and then of course, let's see, we need to make unique handle. I think we got to make that unique. Then you got to consider what you want to... Basically, anything that has a references or has a unique does have an index. But anything that you want to search on needs to have some sort of index on it. You know, so we go back up here, fingerprint, primary key. We're not going to search by first two or last four. Not going to search by network. We are going to search by handle, so that needs to be unique. We're not going to be searching by display name or description. If we're going to create this, customer ID. Wait, something's wrong here. Wait. Credit cards. Okay, I think there's another unique that needs to be here, which is customer ID, credit card, fingerprint. Because we should not be
inserting the same card multiple times for the customer. That's why we have the pay gateways and pay vaults, is because we're going to have multiple cards. But we can have multiple cards to different, like everybody in the company could put the company card on their account. That's fine. They each get a different label. They each get a different expiration date. Okay, one thing that we don't have in here is our token for the credit card. Because we need to have our token for the credit card. And this one actually does need to be random. So UUID is not, UUID v7 is not appropriate for this. I don't think. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it is. Okay, tokenization ID is the primary key. Or the tokenized ID. So we might input the same. Okay, so there's multiple layers of tokenized ID. This should be, what's the term? Okay, when there's a system that's multi-tenanted or vendored, what's the name of the top level vendor or tenant? The host? Parent? Master token? I kind of like the idea of the parent. Host token. I don't know. All right, so then we're going to have our pay gateways. Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? Let me make sure I've got a good camera angle here. How you doing? So I'm not sure what to call this. But anyway, so with this, we can never give the fingerprint back to the user. The fingerprint is an internal only value. And in some ways, yeah, we have to take care to make sure that we don't ever log this out or expose it. I kind of want to give it a special name everywhere it's used. Like, just put $sign in there. Probably be allowed. Make some of the ORMs go nuts. But we don't have to worry about ORMs. I'm going to put it there for now and see what happens. All right, so we're going to have a pay gateway. An ID, a label. We'd probably have in here as well. Base URL. Could have revoked at, actually. We could have API key ID. API secret. Something like that. And then here, so I don't know, maybe call this host card token. And then here, okay, and this is where we have to get a little bit fuzzy on this. Because we actually need to extract out, we need to have a pairwise ID. That we send to the payment gateways. It might be sufficient to just hash the user ID with the gateway ID to produce the pairwise ID. Because I have too many layers here. Can we hash them together and do that? Again, adding a credit card is a fairly rare operation. So I think it's okay if that one ends up being a little bit slow. So maybe we just put this as a char 32. Or a byte A, I don't know. Because I don't want to have another table for it is the thing. I don't want to have to look up customers to payment gateways you're going to create the customer on the payment gateway, and then going to create well, I guess that's kind of the thing that has to be done, actually. Well, okay, so I think we will do it that way. Customers pay gateways. So we're going to have references, customers. Of course, we'll have created at and revoked at here. And this is typically going to go both ways, and either one could happen first. So this is something where ideally neither of these are null. But in reality, okay, this one can be the primary key. But this one we don't know what it's going to be. And actually, even here, this one, we can't always guarantee what format this needs to be in. It may need to be a different format for different gateways. The thing that brought this on was looking at the documentation where it says that it has to be 40 characters, capital, mixed case A through Z, 0 through 9. So it can't have, for example, it can't have a hyphen in it, at least according to the documentation. I think when I tried that, I think it actually did allow a hyphen, but whatever. Okay. So we have host card token, and then we have gateway card token. And we might be able to shorten some of these by actually creating another namespace in the database and saying this is the stuff that has to do with payments, users. I don't know. We'll see how it evolves. See, if you don't know the real restriction for the length of a string column, people are recommending to use more of the type text. Are you familiar with why people recommend that? It depends. I think it depends on the database, and I think it depends on the semantics, meaning the meaning. So in Postgres, I was just asking GPT about this earlier. And in Postgres, it was saying, and then, of course I go and I check and I verify. I'm trying to get I'm using GPT like a search engine, like this, right here. It gives the summary bit, but then I got to go look things up to make sure that it's correct. And more often, it's correct these days. Anyway, text is sometimes a blob field, and so you wouldn't want to do that. In Postgres, text, well, I guess text is a blob field, but they've optimized it in such a way that you don't have to worry about it. If it's short enough, it'll do the right thing, and if it's long, it'll do the right thing. So in Postgres, as I understand it, where's my little check? I had an int check somewhere. Saying varchar is the same as having text and then having a check that the length is less than or equal to the number given there. So, I don't have the answer. All right, so customer ID, gateway ID. Or can we just say host customer ID? I don't know. I can always denormalize this if it gets too obnoxious. It feels pretty obnoxious as is right now. Oops. There we go. So basically, if you don't have a length limitation, you can start with text rather than specifying a random length. That makes sense. Well, generally, varchar 255 is what's specified if you know the length is going to be relatively short, like an email address or domain name. Those you can actually look up. They do have a maximum length, and at least for domain names, they have a maximum length. Email addresses, I'm not sure if they have a maximum length in the spec, but they do have a maximum length in practice. So varchar 255 is kind of, to me, from my experience, that's the signal of I don't know how long it is, but I know it's not long. It's not a URL, for example. If it was a URL, then I would put text, because I don't know if it's going to be short or if it's going to be long. URL could be 4K, 8K. You have to check those. They can be quite large. They can contain a lot of data. You can put files in a URL, you know, pictures. So I don't know how big. What is the maximum size? I don't know what the maximum size of a URL is, but you can make them pretty big. So I would say that if you think that it might be large, like a text document, put text. But if it would be abnormal, more than abnormal, if it would be faulty for it to be large, then make it varchar 255. If you don't know the specific, thing with an email address, I don't know what. Start a new chat here. 320 characters. Wow. Okay, so this one is actually interesting because it says 64 characters before the @ symbol, 255 characters after the @ symbol. But really, 253? Oh, okay. Each label can contain 63 characters. Okay, yeah, because I was thinking that it was closer to 128 or so, but... So even this is wrong. If this is true, if that's what RFC 5321 says, then it contradicts RFC 1035. There's probably some reason for that exception. But yeah, in practice, if a domain has more than 100 characters, it's a bad actor. Even AWS with, all of they've got UUIDs and then an IP address. It's got, this is like 36 for the, let's see. Okay, 39 characters. So you take your 39 characters plus your UUID plus some label. AWS. Okay, what's... $26. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so with you're still fitting in 255 characters in realistic cases. And if somebody was doing more than, I would just say no. I'd just say no. No, thank you. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit confused here. Customers, pay gateways. Okay. So where this one's a little bit weird is that we're going to have a pairwise identifier that we give to the pay gateway representing our user. And each pay gateway is going to get a different, sorry, I said user, I meant customer, representing our customer. So if we have the customer on Stripe and on ChargeBee and on Paddle, each of those will get a different customer ID. And they're probably going to give us back an ID as well. You are welcome. What? All right. So, coding with strangers, I almost blocked you because I thought you were a bot. What are you saying? Oh, raid. Oh, okay. I get it now. Sorry. Well, thanks for the raid. For some reason, my little, it's been this way for a long time. I have something that's supposed to notify me when there's a raid. It's actually supposed to be, I don't know if you'll see it, but there, yeah, you won't see it. But it doesn't work. It's, what is it? It's a Streamlabs. I have a Streamlabs alert box. I probably because I didn't log in a year or something. I don't know. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I went to the toilets recently, Raffle. Okay. Well, whenever I see... So I just saw the word subscriber. And I was like, okay, I'm going to add to the block list. Because whenever... You know, because it's always... New subscribers! Best subscribers! Da-da-da-da-da. So, yeah, welcome. But now I understand. After being on Twitch for a couple of years, I still just don't... I'm not a good Twitcher. I'm gonna skip this song. So to give a recap of what I'm working on here. Okay, yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I just... You know how it is with the bots. So, I'm glad I read it a little bit longer. Because more than just the subscriber word. Because otherwise that would have been sad. So I'm working on a payment API that we will be using for allowing our customers, enabling our customers to pay us. Well, they're not customers yet because they're not paying us yet, but enabling customers. And this is actually going to be software that I will allow people to purchase. And the plan is to support multiple payment gateways, multiple payment gateway APIs, starting with Fluid Pay, but also at some point maybe supporting, probably after Fluid Pay, NMI, and then maybe Stripe, PayPal. I'm not sure if Paddle is quite in that category, if they're more like Square. I think Paddle's in the category of Stripe. But anyway. And so I'm doing a little bit of Yagni in the sense that, no, I don't need this right now. But also it's not, I don't think it's overreaching because we do want to actually ourselves use multiple payment gateways because you hear all these problems with people having their accounts frozen. And it's a little bit of extra paperwork. You know, you have to submit the same form 5 times, and for each actual real payment gateway, like somebody that you're using through FluidPay or NMI, you have another merchant account. I don't know if you can use the same merchant account across multiple gateways. And again, I don't know if you'd really want to do that if you're going to use multiple gateways, because one of the benefits of using multiple gateways is that if something goes wrong with one of your merchant accounts, you just seamlessly start charging people on the other merchant account. And of course, a lot of people that would want to migrate to this are going to be coming from Stripe or PayPal, where they've had accounts frozen for no reason, no violation of terms, just because that's how PayPal or Stripe felt that day, or Paddle, or whatever. Yeah. So, and in that vein, there's also a concern of privacy for the customer. So you have to create a different customer ID. I don't know. I kind of want to call it pairwise customer ID, not host customer ID, because it's not. Well, I guess it is in this relationship. It's the host customer ID, because there's the customer ID, the pay gateway ID. Then there's the host customer ID, meaning the customer ID that we supply to the pay gateway. And then there's the pay gateway customer ID, which is the ID for the customer that the pay gateway supplies to us. And then with that, that's how we make the relationship for the card. So we're actually going to store the card fingerprint ourselves, which I'm also curious in the idea of, let's see, how's Postgres encryption these days? That it's actually, the card fingerprint is not something that has to be stored encrypted at rest. Let me fact check myself on that real quick, because I have notes on this. And let me go check somewhere else. It's been a while since I looked this up. It's not a public value, but I don't believe that it has to be encrypted at rest. Like, you must encrypt in transit at rest everything, the primary account number. Yeah, okay, there's that. I'm actually going to go back. Notes on PCI compliance. Okay. So actually, okay, that's something I need to change. So the vendor salt should be considered a semi-secret. So I need to move that from my secrets env. Anyway. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So we take the full credit card number, the primary account number. We use a salt, which is going to be our host vendor salt. We hash that together. That gives us a fingerprint. Yeah, there's the bin, otherwise known as the IIN. So I want to edit that.
Name on card, last 4 digits. We may store the expiration date. Okay, yeah. So we do not have to encrypt at rest the expiration date or the fingerprint. But they should not be exposed well, the fingerprint must not be exposed to the user or anyone. That's for our internal use. So we basically have a lot of one-to-one tokens. So we're going to store the fingerprint of the credit card. We're going to give the credit card to one or more payment gateways. They're going to store the credit card in their vault. In the future, we might store the credit card in a encrypted vault that's a separate service, but that's the software that would come with the purchase of the software if you wanted to run it or not. Yeah. Yeah, when they refer to index token, if anybody's interested in this stuff, it's, again, combing through the information is more difficult than what you need to do. The summary here is pretty darn good. And if you look at the PCI requirements, there's some screenshots here. At least 5 digits removed. Yeah. Anyway, so I'd gone through this months ago, back in April, kind of did a deep dive into it. And it's the kind of thing where at some point I think I would like to do a video explaining it so people aren't afraid of it. Because the reason it's scary is because people don't talk about it. And the repo that I'm working on right now, it's not open source. It's probably going to be commercial source in the sense that you can pay to have this and you can view the source, you can make a PR or whatever, but you will not have the legal right to run it in without a license. And the licenses are going to be really simple. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to look like, but the point here is we need to get back to customers as a concept, not users. Users being the product to an investor hot potato game, but customers, meaning that the primary interaction between the business and the transfer of value is with a customer. And in order to do that, we got to take back some control over the payments. We need to know the payments aren't going to be frozen, and payments need to be integrated with, essentially with login. You know, you shouldn't be creating a record for somebody that can log into your system unless you're also creating a record for them to be able to pay. So this is something that the industry, it's actually quite strange to me because it's a very natural fit, you know. I'm surprised it hasn't happened with the SaaS companies. I'm surprised that, for example, Stripe isn't Okta as well. Like Stripe and Okta actually should come together. Like Twilio and Stripe should go together. There's these strange like niches that actually ought to go together, because what is the point of having someone using what you build unless they're eventually going to pay for it? Well, obviously we know, you know, the answer to that, but these are two things that were supposed to be inseparable. There shouldn't have been oh well, I'm going to make my users table, but you know, I'll figure out a payments table sometime later. No, the customer table and the payment table, they should be happening at the same time. That's a match made in heaven right there. So anyway, that's kind of the concept behind
behind this, and I just want to make it really easy for people to also to mask who their payment gateway is, so they don't actually expose their payment gateway to their customer. So if you are using Stripe, your customer really shouldn't know that. Your customer should get a nice UI that's just as good as Stripe's UI, which, you know, I imagine GPT could, you know, if I said, hey, GPT, create me a form that for credit cards, it's like Stripe, you know, it's not like they've got proprietary colors or a, you know, really complex multi-stage flow. It's you put in your credit card number and click OK. If the number wasn't right, fix it and try again. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Yes, the issue is private because the repo is private. Let me think. Yeah. Well, at some point, yeah, just bookmark it for now. Screenshot this if you want to. At some point, we'll either, you know, put this. I'll say here. To do. Put on blog / make video. At some point, the repo will become public, but that will be once we have something worth sharing and we have a way for you to be able to pay for it. But I'm imagining that it's going to be something like $29 per CPU, not virtual core, but CPU, or something like that, where you buy a license to it and you'll have an SSH key that is valid for 1 year. And if you want your SSH key to be able to pull updates to continue to be valid, then you'll pay the $29 or $99 or whatever it ends up being the next year. And if you are starting out and you're not making money yet, you know, there'll be a generous trial license where you're free to use it. And it's very much going to be like once, you know. This is very much the idea. Oh, Writebook, that's new. I haven't heard about that. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, but very much in this philosophy. Huh. Interesting. I'm interested in this. That's new. Anyway. So yeah, like there's a lot of things that are really simple to do. Hey, thanks. You know, that's interesting. So this time the visual came up, but it still didn't make the ding sound. So it should be connected into the soundboard. You know, do like Anyway, create a gist of the issue. All right, I'll take you up on that.
Oops. Okay, there you go. All right, so where am I at then? I was looking at pay vaults. Okay, so host customer ID. This is a little bit. It's kind of. I don't like the layers here, but I think it is the right way to do it. All right, so there's probably some things I've made mistakes on in here, but yeah, that we don't need to worry about. I'm still not sure that we need addresses right now. Oh, another thing I was going to say is one of the things that this is going to take care of is also going to be IP address and IP address, customer, and just general rate limiting. So, for example, a customer should not be able to add more than some number of credit cards within a specified amount of time. That's one of the things that will get your account frozen, is if you become a target for spam. And that's one of the things where, or bots, basically they buy lists of credit cards and then they just want to run them and basically do a zero. They just want to authorize. They just want to authorize the card and see, does the card authorize? Is it a good card? Is the CVC valid? You know, so they buy these big lists from the dark web, and then they just find places where they can go and do the charges. So you need to track IP address and say, hey, there need to be substantially more successful attempts than unsuccessful attempts. So, you know, say we only allow one error per, you know, let's say you have 3 errors that you can make within the first, within a 5-minute period. You're adding your first card, you're doing something funny, you type in the CVC wrong, you type in a digit wrong, and you try a few times in a row, pretty much the same card, and you get it wrong. So say, okay, if that IP address or that user, whatever identifier it is, gets it wrong some number of times, then just say, hey, you know, try back in 15 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. You know, something went wrong, double check, you know, come back. And if a person's adding, I don't know of a scenario where a person would be adding dozens of credit cards. So we should be able to look and say, oh, you know, we only allow a maximum of 10 credit cards per account. I mean, that's pretty generous, right? And we only allow, you know, you can't remove credit cards and then add new ones. You can only add
say you can only add 10 credit cards per month and you can only have 10 credit cards per account. That's pretty generous. And it probably shouldn't be as generous as that. And then just contact support if you need help. You know, give a phone number. That's another thing. When you have customers, you can give them a phone number. When you have customers. Can't give users a phone number, but you can give customers a phone number. So if it's a real customer, they're having a real problem, they have some extraordinary circumstance, you know, you can raise the limit for their account. So we'll have something like that. You know, maybe I'm not going to put that in right now because I don't think that's a real use case. But you know, we could put in customers, you know, we could have max credit cards. You know, int. If that turns out to be a real use case where somebody needs to have 30 or 40 credit cards, then you know, for their single business. I could see you know, some privacy.com nut wants to have 30 or 40 of them because it's, you know, for every email address that they use or whatever, you know, they use a different one, and let's say they're okay, here's a good case. Let's say that they are a contractor and they manage accounts for 50 clients, and they're going to do stuff for each client, but we probably would want a tool at a higher level so that it's easier for them to switch between accounts, stay logged in and switch between accounts, and then be authorized on each account, but then also have somebody with the business domain. We probably want some other solution, so I don't think that one's going to come into effect. Anyway, where was I at? I was looking at addresses. No, we're not ready to look at addresses yet. I was just going to finish off with pay vaults. Okay, so with pay vault, all right, we have a host customer ID, and we're going to have a pay gateway card token. So maybe we don't need this. Because we know on our end, we're going to be able to update the pay gateway ID. I don't even know if the customer is ever going to see their ID. Okay, so let me go back there. That was kind of the last thing that's a little brain bendy. All right, so customers pay gateways means relationship between Bob and Stripe. So Bob and Stripe is going to have a host customer ID that we send to Stripe on behalf of Bob. Stripe is going to send us a customer ID that we hold that represents Bob on Stripe. We're going to have Bob's ID as we know him, the payment gateway ID as we know them, and then a create ID for this relationship and a revoke if we need to revoke the relationship for some reason. Then when Bob adds a credit card, we're going to look him up by we're going to get his host customer ID, and then we're going to associate his host customer ID with a card, and maybe his pay gateway ID with a card. So we could look at it either way. We could say this relationship of a payment vault is like this. I'm not sure which direction it goes, which is the most obvious and clear direction. but we don't give them our token for the card. We don't know necessarily what format their token's going to be in. By the way, feel free to chat and ask questions and troll or whatever. I do enjoy the interaction. Okay, so they're going to give us back. So the pay vault is the payment gateway. Just credit cards, customers, pay gateways is too long, so I shortened it to pay vault. Because we're saying we're gonna tokenize a card to one or more gateways. So each gateway is going to give us a token for that card. And I kind of don't want to shorten it. And we could also have, let's call it source token. Because that might very well expand. Let's see. I don't know. I don't want to get too abstract. But nah, we're just going to call it credit card token for now. Credit cards customers. So we will show them their credit card token. We will not show them their credit card fingerprint. So I'm putting dollar signs in there. I don't even know if that's valid. It's probably not valid. Dollar signs probably reserved in some way, but we'll find out. I am quoting it. So I think that counts for something. All right. So they will not see their Pay Gateway credit card token, but their Pay Gateway credit card token, one host credit card token may be associated with 0 or more Pay Gateway credit card tokens. Let me double check that again. This is going to be host credit card token. So we can create a credit card token. If we have our own vault, we can tokenize it. We're not building that right now, but I have built a vault in the past. And I'm confident that I can make sure that the vault is PCI compliant. It's not that hard. I mean, the standards are actually pretty lax. There's a lot of checkboxes, but I mean, take for example, okay, what they are allowing you to store. The first 8 and any other 4, which is pretty terrible. Thankfully, everybody's standardized on the last 4. But the first 8, it's a 16-digit card, and you get to expose 12 of the 16 digits, of 0 through 9. That's less than your authenticator app for, two-factor authentication for your email. Right? American Express only allows the first 6 and the last 4. At least they're sane about that. But again, this is, Discover. Yeah, the any other 4, that's just silly. So when you look, and when you look through, there's a terminology that's unfamiliar or whatever. But when you look through it, the guidelines are actually pretty lax. It's not, unfortunately, or fortunately, or however you want to look at it, you don't have to have a degree in cybersecurity to be able to reliably store a credit card. You do need to not be a first year, probably. Yeah, if you expose the 12, you can brute force the rest. Exactly, but that's why I was saying you have to have, in your API, you have to have built-in rate limiting, and it can't just be by user. You need to be able to fingerprint the session by a number of different metrics, and if any of the metrics exceeds the threshold, you block that connection. And I'll give you an example where it's tough, but it's just the way life is. And we have a workaround for this now, which would be Well, let me explain the situation. So you're in a classroom setting and you're going to get a trial account of something, and everybody goes to put in their credit card at once. So you've got a classroom full of 30 students, and within a matter of 5 minutes, you have 30 credit card attempts on a single IP address. Well, you blocked that IP address. So I was in this situation, and half the people couldn't put in their credit card for the free trial. And this makes sense. This is good. Now, the workaround for that is you just get on your phone and you tether your phone and say, hey, everybody, if you weren't able to activate your account, just tether your phone. You'll get a different IP address. You're fine. But that's not a common situation, but there are, in boot camps, despite the fact that they want you to pay all this money to them, want you to use like these bottom of the barrel services for free. Like, come on now. You're going to have them scrape from the bottom of the barrel. They're going to pay you $15,000, but heaven forbid that they get a professional product that costs them $50. That's ridiculous. I mean, it should just be included part of the tuition or whatever. I remember my professor asking that for AWS blocked half the class. Yep, that's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, anyway, but these are things, they're not insurmountable. We know how to log IP addresses. We've figured it out, believe it or leave it. So, anyway. So this is going to be the primary key because the relationship is that we're storing a credit card with that. And then I'm not sure what is the right thing here. So references, customer, pay gateways. Oh wait, no, what was it then? Oh, dang it. What did I just do? What have I done? Okay, there we are. Okay, so I think what I was doing here, let me go re-update that. I don't think I did anything with the pay gateways differently. Let me just check. I deleted some fields that I meant to copy, and I deleted them instead. Alright, we're good there. Oh, whoops. Okay, I don't think that had any effect. Customer pay gateways, that's the one I screwed up. And then I don't know where's pay vaults. That's the only pay vaults. Weird. Okay, so I messed something up Now I need to fix it. So the question is, okay, yes. So we got references. Customer gateways. And then this one, the next one actually is null, potentially, because we don't know ahead of time what ID they're going to give us to represent the customer. And then I also need to think about, okay, so the credit card fingerprint. That's actually not the unique information here. Okay, credit card's customers is going to have a reference to the fingerprint. Yes. And this should, yes, this should have a reference to the fingerprint. Okay, this is the relationship between credit cards, customers, and pay gateways. So I think that it would be most appropriate. Uh-oh. Where are we referencing fingerprint that we shouldn't be? Okay, that one was just not set up right. Okay, this the customer is literally never going to see stuff from this table. This is only going to be on our back end when we're scheduling a payment. 1 month we might go through. We might charge them through. Well, and this is another thing you get with when you're in control, when you're dealing with different payment gateways. You know, if we have 2 payment gateways set up, we can charge a customer 1 month on one and another month on the other. That's actually fine. But with Stripe and with PayPal, you actually, if I remember correctly about Stripe, and I'm pretty sure I remember correctly about PayPal, you actually have to create a subscription and you have to put them on the plan. So you can't rotate through payment gateways. If you're on Stripe, then your best option is to get your customer at some point to re-enter their credit card number. So that you have it on file, so that when Stripe freezes your account or, you know, starts treating you poorly, then you can seamlessly move the customer over without, you know, any issue. All right. So here we are. All right. I'm not going to worry about this too much at this point. I'm going to comment these out. I'll leave them in there for now. But I'm thinking about it too much when I need to just I need to move on from this and get into the code. Because the code's going to show me the way. The code is the truth. Oh, bless us all. And if we have other sources in the future, it might make sense to rename this to Pay Gateway Source Token, Pay Source Token. And then instead of credit card fingerprint, we could call this source fingerprint. And then credit card's customers. I don't think there's anything that actually requires this to necessarily be a credit card. We're going to leave it a credit card for now. And if we when we get into ACH, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, I am going to go ahead and just make a local copy of this file now, because I've been working on it for a while, and you know, the next thing I do could be something stupid, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy this on over. All right. And the lovely swap file came with it, of course. All right, got that copied over. Okay. So my next thing is going to be SQL-C compile, and I have no doubt that I have mistakes in here that need to be taken care of. Okay, not null. That makes sense, because check is a constraint, not null should come before the check. That makes sense. All right, near unique, probably just missing we're missing a comma. Got a comma there. Oh, we're missing the comma here. All right, 62. I wish I could get linting. We just need... This is one of the things with SQL is really we just need better linting. Okay, varchar. Oh, there we go. SQL is good. It's easier to use than the abstractions are. It's easier to learn. You just don't need to, you don't need to learn every SQL. You just learn one. You just learn Postgres or MS SQL, you know, or if there's something else that's highly specific to what you're doing, then learn that. But basically you're going to either use Postgres or MS SQL, and you don't need to worry about all the different variations, and that complexity is just unnecessary complexity. Just stick with the database that is right for the brand that you're working with, and don't try to abstract it all away, you know? Okay, that one looks right. References, credit card fingerprint. We might have something wrong here. 87.1. Oh, I know what's going on. So the highlighter is wrong. There needs to be a space there. The highlighter got it wrong. It's not a comment if it doesn't have a space. Oh, nope. Maybe I was wrong. I take it back. I might have been wrong about that. Okay, 87. So it doesn't like this. Oh, it's because of the trailing comma. Okay. Is that right, though? Pay vaults. Oh, we definitely want a created at and a revoked at here. We want that almost everywhere. All right. And this would actually get more complicated potentially in the future, because a lot of the pay gateways themselves okay. Do vendoring. So you might be double vendored. All right. Relationship card does not exist. Okay, so that's also a good point here to just go ahead and bring that file local. And then I want to make sure that all of these are represented. I think there's a new one since the last time in the down file.
All right, so we got credit cards, customers, credit cards, customers. We have... Now we have... you know what? We're just going to do it this way. I'm just going to go back to Jippity. It'll do this so fast. Where was I doing this before? I'll just make a new one. Give me the equivalent of for each of the following. Watch this. Boop. Oh, it's taking a lot longer. Last time it was really quick. Just so good at the boilerplate, man. Can't beat GPT boilerplate. All right. All right, SQL C compile. Okay, so what I want to do now is we're actually going to init up. All right, credit card fingerprint does not exist. Customers already exist. Skipping. Okay. We're going to go down. And we're going to go up. Okay, so let's check and see what our errors are. Priority named and key does not exist. It'd be nice if it would tell me what table it's creating, but whatever. Anyway, we need better tooling for SQL. We don't need all the abstractions over it. We just need better tooling for it. We just, the same kind of love that we give to HTML, SQL should get. We should have formatters. We should have little, macro things where you just type dot whatever, and then it just expands out the snippet. We don't need to have these entire industries built around making it less usable. You don't need to use all of it either. I'm not saying that you need to use everything, but anyway. All right. Credit card fingerprint. That looks like it's number 2 or number 3. Fingerprint, 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 fingerprint. Okay, so priority does not exist. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So maybe 10 tables in. So create table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so we have priority here, or priority here, priority, priority, priority. Addresses, customers. Okay. Maybe we don't need the big int. Maybe, whatever. Might as well. It's not the kind of decision that is going to keep you up at night if you mess it up, you know? All right, cool. So now everything passes in that minimal degree. So I'm actually going to stash now and pull. Wait, didn't I just stash? Oh. Okay, so now we need to start writing the queries. Let me go back and look at our tests. So for us, we start with the card, not with the customer. In this scenario, at least. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much which way we go about it, but... So let's go back and think about that. Think about checkout as guest. Okay, so we probably want something like an email address. Want something through which we can validate the customer. I'm also going to get to bed earlier tonight. So I can... see, how many days do we have left in the month? We're 15 minus 3. Let me look at a calendar real quick. Because I really just want to hunker down on this until I'm at a good point with it. So Saturday is going to be the 21st. That means... let's see, I got to go look at some bank account information real quick. Because I got to make sure I get bills paid. But I'm in a groove with this, and I don't want to let that go. Alright, so got some buffer there. That's good. And then... let's see what this is looking like. Might want to use up some of my buffer. And do this, just get this done this next week. Okay. So I'm looking at that. This looks good.
Okay. I think I'm going to commit to it. All right. So, of my buffer, let's see, that's... Okay, I need to use that much. And then I should be able to catch up the last week, but I gotta figure out timing with bills and stuff. Because I might it is okay if and I need to get paid. Let's see, what's my latest pay date? So Monday is the 30th. And then Tuesday is the 1st. So I have, if I take the rest of this week, then I have an entire week to get the other work done. And I've got the buffer that if I miss by a day or two, I still get the bills paid. So, okay, I'm gonna have to sleep on it and see if that's a wise decision or not. Because I don't want to lose this momentum. This is a critical problem that year after year, it's been my New Year's resolution. This year, I'm actually going to start charging for products that I've created. I've got one, it's not a product because there's no customers, but I have something I run that's got over 10,000 users. Now, obviously, you know, ask them to enter in a credit card number and that number might go down to 10. But let's say it's a little bit higher than that. Let's say I keep 100 of them. You know, it, and there's more than there's so many things that I could do if part of my framework for spinning up a new application was boom, boom, users and credit cards, boom, boom, users and credit cards. Like, payment is the focus. Like, we're doing this because we want to create value in the world. It will be a life changer. So I think while I have this momentum, it may actually be best for me to push off some other work for another 4 days, and just do what it takes to finish this out. Or not finish it per se, but get to a point where I am monetizing things that I create. So we'll see. Anyway, okay. All right, let me get back here. All right, so we have a little bit of a question where I have to rethink some of these not nulls. because I have to create a customer in order to add a credit card. But I may not have enough information. Well, I think it's pretty reasonable to say you're going to put in an email address or a phone number. Let's see. And I have an auth framework I've written called libauth that, darn me, I want to rewrite it for the 6th time. I really kind of do, though, because I regret some of the choices that I made every single time I've written it. And now we've got WebAuthn, so it's a perfect excuse to rewrite it with new constraints in mind. Really, what the thing that I want to do is the core pieces. There's kind of 3 core components to it, as I'm thinking about it. As with most things, there's 3 core components. So you've got the cookie handling. You've got the JWT signing, and then you've got the third party. Well, I guess kind of 4 components. Maybe we can put cookie and JWT. We can kind of put those together. Some sort of signed token that you pass around for authentication that's delivered to the browser. And there is some complexity in there that's inherent complexity that can't be removed in terms of you need to have one resource that renews the token. You need to have, so that there needs to be a cookie that's longer lived that the browser doesn't have access to, JavaScript doesn't have access to. Then you get the longer or the short-lived token that refreshes frequently. And when that refreshes is when you check, has this user lost some privileges or gotten deleted or whatever. You know, you can pretty much let the user just exist for 15 minutes with the token without having to go through, you know, every time they use the token, go through this whole process to see, you know, that's one of the benefits of JWT. Then we've got the first party authenticators, which are things like email, phone, password manager, and let's see, what was I going to say? Yeah, like that sort of thing. And then you've got the third party authenticators like Google Auth, Twilio, whatever. And then WebAuthn kind of straddles the line between the two because you get a public key that comes from essentially iCloud or Google, but that feels very similar to a password. Anyway, so I don't know. I might just go to bed. I might just call this one. We created the tables. I got to sleep on what the pay vault's actually going to look like. Oh, loving the BG music. Let's see. You should be able to see what it is right here. This is Metroid, Zach Parrish, Akmagon, Anthony Morgan. My past is not a memory. And the previous one was Where It All Began by Chris Kohler, Pokemon Diamond version. And before that was Metroid Other M Melting Point. So. All right. I think I might just sleep on it because I don't feel the need to stay up with this forever because I think I'm going to spend the next few days on it and really just knock it out. And so is there anything else I want to do tonight before I sleep on it? I really just want to create a customer based on the card fingerprint. And really anything. Here's what we're going to do. This is what I said in the beginning. We're going to use the credit card as a proxy for a password, which is something I was already set up for up here. So what we'll do is we'll modify in the routes here. We've got this. Given name, family name, blah, blah, blah. Do I still have first name anywhere? In a few places it looks like. I'm going to go check over here real quick. Let me just look at something. I am gonna update something real quick. All right, git rebase -i main. Just changing first name to given name. In the repo history. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now I see what I was thinking about. I get so confused with git log, whether like which direction is it bottom is most recent or top is most recent, because it's different, I think, between git log and GitHub, and then sometimes when you're doing different other Git utilities. So I'm doing something on the other screen, but I'll be back shortly.
I won't be away for too long here. And then I'm gonna do a few things and okay, so I'm once more just doing a little tidy up. Get stash, get pull, get stash, pop. Um, what did we modify here? Oh, it just fixed a couple of things that didn't make it in. SQL C compile. But I'm a little confused. Oh, okay. I'll be right back on this screen in just a second. I'm just looking at a diff. Okay, it's just a comma was in the wrong place, it looks like. Okay, cool. I'll take it. Okay, so here we are. And when I was looking at this, we basically need to plug in email and phone. I don't know if there's any other external authenticators that we could really use at this point. And let's see, I kind of want the name on card. Can we do this together? Really would like phone number. Phone number makes a lot of sense. Look at that terrible muscle memory. Ugh, the Gmail days. Ugh. Ugh. Do you remember back when you used to use Gmail? Ugh. Thank goodness we have better options these days. Am I right? Am I right? Back when email used to feel like a child's plaything rather than a tool for communication. Ugh. I shudder. I use Proton and Zoho now. So, I use Proton for my personal email, and I use Zoho for work email. I still don't think they have quite the right payment model, but, you know, they're... Yeah. Fingers crossed, right? They just need to... I just wish they would kick all the free people off, you know? Just think how much less expensive it would be. I mean, this is just basic unit economics, right? How much less expensive would it be if you don't have all the freeloaders? Because if everybody just paid, let's say, $3 per year, I think that's one of the it's just kind of weird. These companies,
again, it has to do with the investors and everything. It's like, oh, well, we're gonna charge individuals $5 a month, and then we're gonna charge businesses $1 billion a year. And if the businesses want the non-free plan, it's $100,000 trillion a year, which is more than $250,000,000. That, like, there's not that much money on the planet. But if everybody just paid their fair share, you know, like, I don't think there's hardly an online service that should cost more per year than whatever it cost the last time you went out to eat with your girlfriend. Or and I wanted to say the last time you went to Taco Bell, but I think that there are some services that might be a little bit more than $7.79 worth of value in the year. Okay, so we'll put the email on the phone there. And then we'll just... I think I will have to bring in liboff. But just to get started, we'll do this. Let's do this! Yeah! What's up, BSD guy? Is the music what inspired you? Or I was putting you to sleep with the sound of my voice, just lulling. You need to be woken up. Okay, more Mountain Dew! Oh, you don't hear the music? Right now it's in a lull. Do you hear the music now? It's still kind of in a lull. Just working on some code. That's great. You work on that code. Okay. Okay, I will lift. The music's just a little bit louder now. You should definitely be able to hear it. I'll give a link to it as well. Symphonic on OC Remix. Yeah, it looks like... I don't know what happened. I think I actually lowered it just a little bit. Maybe I pressed a button on the keyboard or something when I had OBS selected. But around negative 35 dB seems to be about the sweet spot. Alright. So where we have this... Fingerprinter, yeah. So payment creates source. So credit card is the same as a password. So I'm creating the account for the first time. I can create the credit card.
and create the user from something. Can we just say the credit cards both? All right, let's try this. We're going to say okay. So Amazon had this exploit a few years ago where you could add a credit card to your account and then you could add a credit card to your account without verifying your account. And then you could get access to your account by verifying a credit card. And we don't want to have that problem. Is this for your own website? This is for not just... Yes, this is my own thing. With a group. We're working on this together. A business that's not yet a business because we don't have customers. But this is for... There's a number of services that some colleagues and I... We are colleagues. We swap work and everything. We do consulting and contract work, and we bring each other on, and it's just a network of friends. We work together on various things, and we have a complementary skill sets. Anyway, we have several products that we've created throughout the years that aren't products because we have no customers, and it's time to turn the tables on that. And so I am exploring this money first framework, or building somewhat of a framework that's money first. And so I just went through the schema for a few hours. I kind of want to head in for the night and within the next few minutes, but because I need to sleep on some things, and also my brain just isn't working as quickly right now. But we're going to... The concept of users and payment need to come in together. They need to be one and the same. You can't. Sorry. And also I'm so familiar with saying users, but what I mean is customers. Customers and payments, you can't have one without the other. Definitionally. And we believe we need to get back to that for society to function better. There's a whole slew of problems in society right now that would be solved if businesses didn't act like governments. And yeah, if you've ever watched show I love is Continuum. It did, like, the last, the first 2 seasons were really good. The last 2 seasons, I don't know if it was 4 or 5 seasons. But just anytime I think about the corporate Congress, this show comes to mind. But it's a good show. You got this! Thanks, man. Thanks, BSD guy. By the way, BSD guy, are you a BSD guy? You should check and see if some of your favorite tools that you like to use install on your BSD of preference, and if not, let me know. Some of them it's because obviously the maintainers have to put a file in their releases that is that's BSD compatible. But let's see, what I just added one. Okay, here's one. Here's one that was just added. RunZip. I added this one. Where'd it go? RunZip.
System utilities, run zip. This one, I went ahead and I compiled it for everything, so it should work on BSD as well. It is a RAR unarchiver, but it is free as in beer and free as in speech. So, or free as in pizza, as I normally say. Okay. All right, so we're going to create a user that's identified by so maybe one by authenticator. And what we're going to pass in is going to be, it's a credit card. Let's go ahead and see if we can do this. Just going to comment all the rest out for a minute. And then because I am, my brain's on its last leg and I'm going to get off here in just a few minutes anyway, I'm going to just copy my schema to Jippity and say, all right, here's my schema. Below is my schema. Write a query that will look up a user by the fingerprints of their credit card as an authenticator. Boom. So we can go SQL, queries. Oh, okay. I have to think about this one in terms of... Okay, that music's a little bit too bumpy for me. I'm skipping to the next track. Okay, so what was it? Name... Actually, it's okay to do mini on this one. So it's actually be any, because it's okay for it to return multiple. So we're gonna grab customer ID
think that might be alright to just do ID, actually. Customer handle, display name. We do need to get the credit card fingerprint, or do we? Is it enough? I don't think we actually need to grab it. So I don't think we need to join the credit cards here. Oh, C and CCC. Okay. Only using the authenticators and customers relationship. Might not be entirely true, actually. Let's see. Here's some more information. Value of, let's see. Authenticators.value will be the, what do we call it? A host card token? Let me go check back and look at this. Migrations, host, credit card. Okay, authenticators. Value, okay. And let's see what else. Okay, I think they got this.
think it got this wrong. All right, let's check and see. So, credit card fingerprint. Yeah, I'm gonna have to select. Let me go to Twitch and see if I can select somebody to do the thing. To raid. Alright, what we got? Somebody's doing Call of Duty. They've got a bunch of recommended channels. Oh, I'm not logged in. That's weird. Kind of weird. Thought I was logged in. All right, I think looks like Adam C. Eunice or Demi-Automatic. Do y'all have a preference? Why not use Stripe? I lack a lot of context. Yeah, so that's the whole purpose. That question is the right question. There's so many disadvantages to Stripe and almost no advantages. But let's just back it up with why not use Stripe. Let's say you use Stripe. You have to do all the same work. It's not the fees. It's you don't have any legal protections. They can freeze your account. You give up all of your rights when you work with Stripe. They can freeze your account at any time for any reason without notice. There's no number to call. You're not a customer to Stripe. Stripe's customer is Visa, essentially. Visa is Stripe's largest investor. Visa and Stripe are parents to them. This is why Stripe changed a lot of their policies over the years from, so anyway. So Stripe's customer is Visa. You, as a business, are not Stripe's customer. They don't care about you. You are I'm forgetting the word because my brain it's 1 a.m. and I was up until 4 a.m. last night, so I need to go to bed. You are a channel. What's the word I'm looking for? A channel, like not funnel, but you're a channel. I forget the name. It's something channel. But you are a channel for them. So it's a very adversarial relationship. And then in terms of, you're looking at what I'm doing, credit cards, customers, blah, blah, blah. You'd be doing all the same work with Stripe. It's not like you're doing less work because you still have to have, a users table. Because typically when you're using Stripe, you're working on something where investors are funding it and you're not really that interested in making money. So you have your users table, but you still like all of the information that you need except for the credit card fingerprint and potentially one layer of abstraction. It doesn't even need to be there between Stripe's token and how you represent to the user. Like all that work has to be done. So if you look at the work that you have to do using a payment gateway, so Stripe is a payment gateway, but they're one layer of abstraction more than that. But if you look at the work you have to do for Stripe versus any business-oriented payment gateway, it's the difference in work is negligible. There are a few things that you need to be concerned with if you want to. I don't think that your customers should know what your payment gateway is. So that means that you don't, instead of having the JavaScript delivered from their URL and being able to see all the requests go through their URL, I don't think that's the right approach. Because your customers should not have the power to, not your customers in aggregate, but a few angry customers should not be able to mob justice you out of your livelihood. So it's kind of important that the customer not even know who you have your merchant account with on the other end. And so you do need to, when you take a credit card, you do need to do some stuff. And this is something that this will all become, the source will become available for this with a, it'll probably be available on GitHub, and there'll be a license with it if you want to use it for real. But let me just go in here real quick. I'm going to show you this. You know, you could learn from it. You could re-implement it. Where is placeholder? Placeholder. Here we go. So fingerprint pan. This right here is the most complex thing you need to do to be PCI compliant. This right here, like this is the mind-blowing, oh no, how could we ever be PCI compliant? How could it ever be? This function right here, and you know, feel free to screenshot it and, you know, text to AI image to text it. This one right here. And then the other one, let's see where the actual placeholder maker, create placeholder right here. This is the other one. Let's see if we can get this in full view of the screen here. I might have to make it a little bit bigger once again. Create placeholder. Okay, there you go. That's the full function, but that's not good enough. Let's make sure we get the comments in there too. All right, I don't want to leave you without the JS doc. Okay, so I had to this right here. So those two functions are what make PCI compliance difficult because it's not intuitive. But what you need to do is you need to have a handler that when you accept credit card data, wraps the data immediately in an object so that when it gets console.logged, that data doesn't get printed to the screen. Now, in this case, I'm still using a tokenizer, just the same as what Stripe does. You know, and you have to do all that stuff on the front end with Stripe. You know, you got to get everything set up and configure it and call the JavaScript and do this, do that. You know, so it's all pretty much the same. But the one extra piece is that because it's going through my own domain, and you could do a hosted white label solution, but it's going through my own domain and my own server. And so when I receive the data, I just need to wrap it so that when it gets console.logged, and that was one of my first demos with this, if you look here, you see, look, ma, no secrets. Pan is placeholder true, value of, to string, to JSON. So there is a way to get the PAN, that's primary account number, the credit card number. There is a way to get that back out, but it has to be done at one particular place in the application, which is where it speaks to the tokenizer, otherwise known as the customer vault. And then same with the CVC. These two are highly sensitive values that should not be exposed. And then also the fingerprint is a sensitive value that should not be exposed. Once you've got that out of the way, the restrictions are pretty lax. And I shared this earlier in the stream, but I'll share this again. Somebody asked me to put it in a gist, so I did. Let's see. What's in my paste buffer? Oh, okay. It's just the schema. All right. Change will be lost. That's fine. So there you go. Well, you have to have everything encrypted in transit, but HTTPS takes care of that. Now, back in the day when people started saying, oh, PCI compliance is so hard, you'll never be able to do it. You know, back when Stripe started, for example, and PayPal, it was a pain in the butt to get HTTPS set up. But now, you know, you got Caddy. It's like it's less than effortless. It's like you don't even choose to do it. It happens whether you want it to happen or not. There's no effort that you have to make on your part. It's just part of the web server. There's no registration you have to do. There's no setup you have to do. There's no special scheduling or cron jobs. There's none of that. You run Caddy and you just have HTTPS. So am I looking at it more from the point of view of the customer, the ease of use developer? I'm looking at this more of the point of view of, I'm definitely looking at it from the point of view of a business. So you want to make money, which again, many of the companies that use Stripe, their primary focus is not making money. Their primary focus is getting users, which is one of the reasons that they are using Stripe. Because they're not customer focused themselves. But yes, I want this to be much easier for developers. I want it to be so that you as a developer can pay for this software. It's what I'm going to use for myself and for our group. But I want you to be able to just essentially pay for the license or NPM install it, do the trial, pay for the license, and pick from, there's a whole slew of payment gateways you can choose from. They all use the same API. They all use either Fluid Pay or NMI. Fluid Pay is essentially, it's the white label Stripe for a certain usage of the term white label. Anyway, and then as to the question, why not just encrypt everything? So everything is encrypted in transit, but it's important that you don't log these things out, because when someone eventually gains access to your system, or a developer that comes into your company that has less privileged access but can still access the logs or can access the database or whatever, there's the tokenizer is where the card data gets encrypted. What I'm working on right now, every single payment gateway has a tokenizer. Every single one of them has it. There's no payment gateway that doesn't have a tokenizer. That is the core functionality. Aside from the actual gateway-ing, but that is a core functionality of a payment gateway. They're all going to have a tokenizer. And that the tokenizer simply means that they encrypt the card and then they give you back an unrelated random value. So that's elsewhere. So we're not storing the CVC or the PAN. We are storing the fingerprint, but the fingerprint it's hash. It's a hash. It's not reversible, but there's still some issues surrounding the fingerprint. I'm actually treating the fingerprint much more securely than what is required in the PCI compliance document. So the PCI compliance document is actually really lax. It's pretty easy to do all the things you need to do for PCI compliance. They set the minimum, and the minimum has to be pretty low. And then it's up to you as a business owner to decide where you want to surpass the minimum and what kind of things you want to worry about. So the name, the label, the expiration date, that's all information that's going to be plain. The fingerprint, and that all goes back to the user because it helps identify the card to them. The last 4 digits. There's a lot of data. Almost all of the data. Basically, there's 4 to 5 digits of the credit card number, and the CVC are the things that you're not allowed to display again, and you're not allowed to store. So you're not allowed to store the CVC, and you're not allowed to store the middle 4 to 5 digits of the card. But other than that, everything else you're allowed to store unencrypted. The fingerprint value you are not supposed to disclose. And to any entity, like this is completely for your private database, you're being able, what you give back to the user, just like Stripe gives you a random ID, they don't give you a hash. They don't give you a fingerprint of the card. They give you a random ID. They create the fingerprint according to the way they want to do it. SHA-256 with assault is pretty much the way you do it. They create the fingerprint, they store it in their database, they give you back a token. So what I'm doing here is I'm just taking that process one step closer. I'm actually taking the fingerprint of the card, because that can be used to look up a customer. So say, I don't know if you've ever had this before, but you signed up for something with a credit card and you don't remember what email address you used, or maybe you signed up for it when you were working a job that it was kind of work related or something, some service, but you can't get signed up to cancel the account. So what if you could look up your account with your credit card and say, okay, send me the reset email to that email address or whatever, something like that. So that maybe isn't even really the best use case for this, but there's cases where you want to know that the person entering the credit card had entered that same card previously. So there's a good reason to keep the fingerprint. You don't, like when you query the user object, you don't give the fingerprint back. That's the important thing. So it's just for a reference for you. When you want to give the user an identifier for their card, you just give them the same thing that, same thing as Stripe and everybody else does, all the payment gateways. You keep the fingerprint for yourself. You create an ID that's correlated with the fingerprint, and then you give them back that ID. And when they would say, I want to pay with this card, then you look up the card by that ID. And then in this case, the fingerprint is more of a reference value because we're not actually using it we don't have our own vault at this time. And that's not the goal at this time, to have our own vault with the encrypted card data. But you could run a vault with encrypted card data. It is not hard to meet the PCI specifications. You need to have, pretty basic things that you might not have as a 3-person company, but also nobody's going to care, but that you definitely would have as a 10-person company. So, well, usually you'd have by the time you get 10, 15 people, you usually have this stuff, like a lock on the door, like a physical lock on the door that prevents someone from being able to get access to the computers. That you run background checks on employees that have access to the systems or the doors, stuff like that. So a lot of the PCI compliance stuff it's just normal, basic, everyday stuff. It's just they're setting a bar really, really low, and it's easy to meet it. And you're not doing that much work extra. You have a few more database tables than you would have otherwise, but then you have the relationship directly with your customer. If you're going to be a business that's profitable, you want to have a pretty good relationship with your customer. Likewise, you can actually tokenize the card with more than one payment gateway, which is what we're intending to do. So we're intending to actually have this set up so that when you as a customer give us the card, or the software, the software is going to go through the gateways and say, okay, give me a tokenization of this card, give me a tokenization of this card, give me a tokenization of this card. Now, realistically, you probably only have 1 to 3 gateways. But in the case, like, let's say that you were using Stripe and you wanted to migrate over to this because, like, Stripe freezes your accounts for a week or something. Well, what you would do is when customers come back around, you'd have them re-enter the card. It would be able to tell, oh, this card already exists on Stripe, and then it would be able to create the card on your other payment gateway, stuff like that. So, sorry for getting a little bit emotional about this problem, but it is something that it irks me. But yeah, I want people to be able to have a strong relationship with their customers, and I want to be able to have customers, period. And I was a few years ago, that the problem for me is that it's fun to create the products. It's not fun to create the payment system. Like, the fun is in solving the interesting problem. Then you want to, to see other people use it and get the compliments and say, hey, that was great. Get a little star on GitHub, whatever. Like, that's the fun part. Fun part's not taking the money. Taking the money is the business part. And so I actually was trying to do this with PayPal at one point, and honestly, it's kind of complicated. And you find that no matter which payment gateway you choose, whether it's PayPal, whether it's Stripe, whether it's one of the Fluid Pay or NMI gateways, there's quirks in the API that you have to work around no matter what. So whether you choose to work around those quirks in the API through Stripe or through a fluid pay provider, you still have to work through them. So it's not like, oh, if only I'd use Stripe, this would be so much faster. It would be a little bit faster, but not in a way that's significant or important over the long term. It'd be detrimental, right? Because you don't want to not have legal protections. Like with Stripe, you don't have a merchant account. Now, one of the things that people that don't make any money like about Stripe is that Stripe doesn't charge you, or you don't pay Stripe. It's actually the merchant account you'd be paying for, because it's a business checking account. If you go to Wells Fargo or Chase or whatever and you go open up a business checking account, this is going to cost you $25 a month. So when people don't have any real intent, they're kind of flirting with the idea, they don't really have an intent to get customers. They don't want to pay $25 a month for a merchant account that they're not using. And that the payment gateway, when you do the paperwork with them, the online forms, you fill it out basically in triplicate. They'll have you fill in maybe one, or they'll do the deduplication for you so that you fill out the form and then they fill out and then fax it out, whatever. But one of them goes to Wells Fargo, one of them goes to the Visa consortium, one of them goes to American Express, and one of them goes to the payment gateway itself. And so you get money deducted from your other business account to have the merchant account. The merchant account has a credit line attached to it. So, and this is one of the reasons that Stripe will just freeze your account anytime they want to for no reason, is that when somebody pays with a credit card, they're not, it's credit on both ends. It's credit on the end of the person that's paying, but it's also credit on your end. So when you pull money into your account, it doesn't come out of real money. It comes out of a credit account, just like a credit card. So when you pay yourself from the merchant account, it's like you're spending money with a credit card until it resolves. And that resolution isn't closed for something like 90 days, at least 30 days. So if a customer, you might have heard of back charges or something like that. And this is something where you get a couple of customers that back charge you, Stripe, PayPal, whatever, boom, frozen, kicked off, good luck. They don't want to deal with that. And the credit card companies don't pay those fees. If a customer says, I'm not satisfied, whenever you see that, satisfaction guarantee, it's not the credit cards or the marketplaces that are fulfilling that guarantee. What happens is it gets pulled out of your credit account. And so with Stripe, they shield you from that problem, but it's a kind of a problem that you absolutely don't want to be shielded from, because the way they shield you from that problem is they just give you the axe. Whereas if that problem occurs and you have a merchant account, then you actually have legal protection yourself. Now, it's still going to be a pain in the butt to deal with if you're getting chargebacks, but you actually have a phone number to call. You have someone that is responsible to you. So anyway, that's kind of the spiel. And the extra work that you have to do in the scheme of your application, and if you're actually going to get customers, in the scheme of your application, the extra work that you have to do in order to use a payment gateway, number one, is just going to be paperwork, because they all have the same thing where they include the JavaScript file and then they show the modal, and that is just industry standard. Every single payment gateway provides that as part of their software package. I don't want that, because I don't want, so let's say I was using ChargeBee. I don't want the customers to see the ChargeBee URL and then some warrior on Twitter go and, generate an AI image of me, murdering a kitten and then saying, hey, this person is wearing a t-shirt that says, I hate kittens, and they murdered a kitten. So we should destroy their business. Everybody at Stripe. And I have personally seen this done. So it's not just one of the stories. Like, I have personally witnessed on more than one occasion this type of crap happen. And then there's the benign stuff, like PayPal just freezes somebody's account for no reason. Not even like they tick someone off, not like somebody thought that they looked at them the wrong way and they decided to ruin their life. But no reason at all whatsoever, just froze their account. So yeah, we can't have profitable businesses if we can't make money. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and unless there's something else to say, I'm going to go ahead and raid Demi Automatic. And then go to bed. I'm going to sleep on this. I'm going to think about it a little bit, because I want, just philosophically, the headspace I'm in right now, I want the primary thing to be the form of payment, which right now is credit card. There's disadvantages to credit card, but I think we can all agree that credit card is the de facto, and you must accept it. You're not going to gain adoption by restricting to only using debit cards. Debit cards are real money, but then they actually aren't, because you still end up getting some of the same problems with them on the receiving end. But because if it has a MasterCard logo on it, you get charged. You may get charged lower fees because it's a credit or a debit card, but you actually end up with I can't think. My brain's done. It's 1:32 a.m. and like I said, I was up till 4 a.m. last night. So anyway, I hope that was not too impassioned for you. I think I've seen you around before, Noel Cloder, haven't I? It's probably been a while, because it's been a while since I went like 6 months without being on. But anyway, hope you have a good night. Adios, everybody. Catch you later. And wait, raid's happening right now. Let me pause the music, and then I will let's send off with a little we had some good stuff that happened. Adios.